All right. Hey there, class. Okay. Just about to go to bed, and he goes, "Yeah, I'm sorry, stale rice. Maybe you should still go to bed. You need that good sleep." I speak from experience. I woke up at 5 p.m. today. Thank you. I'm not gonna be able to. Like, I slept a lot today, but I gotta get up early tomorrow. I have a gig. And my voice is really bad when I'm sleepy. So that's not gonna be good. But if you are going to bed, have a good night. I literally, like, I put in the Discord like an hour ago that I was gonna stream. Been watching Adventure Time? Man. Even I was watching Adventure Time when you were like, I'm bored last night. So I check the Discord when I'm watching Adventure Time. Jesus. Yeah, there's Super Mario. You know, speaking of Adventure Time, I was about to say, like, you know, you just haven't happened to open for an hour. I know what a certain lemony dude would say about that. But then I just remembered that episode. I'm just like, fuck, dude. I totally forgot about the whole Princess Bubblegum being younger for a short time. I was like, what? What? Oh, I forgot about this. It's so cute. And then I was sad. Yeah, I think because I watched the series out of order, I had the perception that it lasted longer than it did. But it was literally like only 2 episodes where she was younger. So, yeah, that kind of sucked. But I was also worried that when Lemon Grab showed up, it'd be like, oh no. Okay, here comes the annoying character, but I was like, no, no, this is fucking hilarious. Oh, it's so good. What are you up to now? I'm on season 4. I just watched Carl Broski. No, I didn't watch any more last night. What did I even do last night? I was playing I was playing Lego Indiana Jones 2 on my DS. That's what I was doing last night. I find him a bit annoying, but it's not his fault. No, I know, but I just remember, like, you know, as a kid, my mum, like... My parents never really liked Adventure Time. Like, they'd watch cartoons with us. They loved regular show, especially my dad. But they weren't a fan of Adventure Time. And Lemon Grab was one of those reasons, because he's just so fucking, like, annoying. Like, on purpose. But I found him just so fucking funny this time. That's all the time I've got. I gotta go play Lego Indiana Jones 2 on my 3DS. Based. No, I played the fuck out of, like, the proper console version of Indy 2. And I loved that game. It was so good. I heard that it's more divisive, which is weird to me. But, like, the DS version's completely different. And yeah, I just bought this little SD card to USB adapter so I could finally fucking update my 3DS custom firmware so I could put more games on it. So I downloaded a fuck ton of games. Mum loves Adventure Time still, and my dad loves regular show. We used to watch episodes of him all the time, yeah. Disable super chat reactions. I have no idea how to do that or what that even means, so... Yeah, I don't know how to do that, sorry. I've been tossing around the idea of making a video reviewing every Lego game, but all those Traveler's Tales games are putting me off. Wait, what do you mean? Lego was made by Traveler's Tales. In case you don't know, my friend Moon's out is currently streaming getting the Platinum Trophy for Lego Star Wars Complete Saga. That's what I was doing last night. I was just watching his stream, hanging out, playing Lego Indiana Jones 2. He's a cool dude, you should go subscribe to him. Just sitting at the stream. They aren't the only ones who've made Lego games. Really? They've made like the majority of them. Who else? Well, like well, you know, before the first Lego Star Wars game, there was like a handful of weird Lego games that weren't like very popular. But Lego Star Wars was the first like big one, and that was Traveler's Tales. And like the Lego games in that style were Traveler's Tales games. Yeah. See, when I think Lego games, I think the Traveler's Tales games, because that's what, you know, there's a fucking billion of those. Yeah, I stopped playing the Lego games once they introduced voice acting, if I'm being honest. What was it, Lego Batman 2? I played that one. I didn't like it. Like, I'm pretty sure I beat it. I didn't like it very much. I didn't like the open world stuff, but I also just like, I I didn't like the plot and the voice acting and stuff. I thought it was dumb. Okay. Gotta be honest, I never even look in the customization tab. Okay, well, look, I don't even know if, like, people like that feature or use it. I don't even know what it is, so if anyone wants me to turn it back on, I guess, let me know. Hey, Martian. Yeah, I just did it. Yeah, see, it was on for you, I guess, but, like, it's not on, it wasn't on for me at the start of the stream. Like, it just wasn't on. Like, sometimes I see it, sometimes it's there, other times it isn't, so. Hey, there you go. No. Whatever. What was I showing last? I just remembered last time we did this, I stopped at the end of that mission and showed you guys something. What was it? Oh, I think it was my Jack collection. Yeah, never mind. It just reminded me because I remember the glowing mission marker popped up last time I did that, and I'd never seen it before. I didn't even need to say all that out loud. I'm just thinking here. Choked on my drink? Hell yeah. Yeah, the whole point of seeing them recreate the movies was such was to see how they would try telling the story with no dialogue. You had voice acting, it's just the movie again, but in Lego. Yeah, yeah. And it's like, the comedy, because what I liked about the Lego games was, like, it was like an approximation of the film, you know, and, like, you know, you're only really playing that game because you liked the property it's adapting, right? So, like, you already know the plot points. It doesn't need to tell it again. It's just like, how are we going to condense these, like, plot points and story beats to, like, little gag scenes with no dialogue and make it funny and entertaining, you know? Like, but then you just add voice acting. It's just like, oh, okay, it's just Lego people doing the movie now. I don't know. Like, the Lego Batman games, they weren't like, they were their own unique thing. They weren't like recreating a movie or whatever, but like, they were also just boring. I don't know, I didn't like the second one. I didn't play a whole lot of the first one, but I remember that one being fun. Lego games can only be played so much at a time, very repetitive. Yeah, yeah. You know, I've been thinking a bit about it lately because I've been watching Moon's Out streams and playing a bit of a Lego game. And it's like, are Lego games even like fun? You know, like the moment-to-moment gameplay isn't that engaging. I think why I find them fun and people like them is because they're just like really satisfying. Like collecting all the studs and destroying shit is like inherently satisfying, but also like the completionist aspect, like it's really breezy to get 100%. Just ticking off like the things on a checklist, you know, like that's just fun to do. But like the moment to moment stuff, it's just like it's not great. It's not bad either, you know. Like it can be satisfying, you know, like you walk into a room and there's a bunch of stuff and you got to figure out how to progress and stuff, but like it really never amounts to much more than just like break shit and then see what happens, you know. Not that like anything like I'm saying is like bad or whatever. I like the Lego games, but it's just something I just noticed, like, oh, okay, that's why I think that's the reason I like them and people gravitate towards them. Not because they're like inherently fun, well-designed games. I mean, they're well-designed, but you know what I mean. I don't play it for the same reason I play Jack 2 being a good game, you know. Jack 3 better? Psh. Man, I just really hope we can make it out of fucking Act 1 this stream. Jesus. They do what they set out to do well. It's just not setting up for mechanical depth. Yeah, yeah. I was just trying to like figure out what the appeal of the game was, to me at least, and I think it is just like the completionist aspect is like just very satisfying to do. And you know, it's simple, so it's like it's just good like popcorn gameplay, you know what I mean? How we did last time? The last 2 times it's been on the same mission, which is protecting Ashlyn at the water slums. I just fucking ate shit so hard. I think it was last time Ashlyn died and the time before I died. I don't know, but it's funny though, I'm saying all this, but like Lego Indiana Jones 2 on DS, like, has more like actual platforming spots. Like there was like a race against the clock thing, like escape from this warehouse, like before the timer runs out. And it's just like a platforming gauntlet. Like it was almost like a crash level. It was kind of cool. Recently I was watching videos on 3D... Oh god, I wasn't looking. 3D platformers and collectathons and noticed how often people get those two mixed up. I don't think it's about people mixing it up. I just think... Fuck me. When people say collectathon, they're referring to 3D platformers. Like, not like... When people think of collectathons, they think of games that are 3D platformers because most... Like, the collectathon genre was birthed from the 3D platforming genre. But like a genre where like it's literally just collect a bunch of shit, I guess it's not exclusive to 3D platformers. Soda. True, but some people are literally saying 3D platformer means explorable environment with collectibles. I mean, that could describe fucking Assassin's Creed, right? Like, most games have collectibles. Most games explore 3D environments. At least today. Yeah. Yeah. People just, like, get really shorthand with terminology and stuff. Where it's like, not, like, people just aren't very specific with the terms they use. And, like, you know, it's not a huge deal. Like, I think a lot of genre definitions and boundaries are really stupid anyway. But it can be difficult when, like, you're talking about one thing and they're talking about another thing but using the same term. I've got a very specific definition, so it bothers me. Yeah, and I think specific definitions are kind of stupid. Like, I think a definition is a lot less useful than, like, how it's used colloquially, right? So, like, when someone says a collectathon, 99% of the time they're talking about a game that is a 3D platformer. They're not saying, you know, they're one and the same. A 3D platformer is a collectathon or vice versa. They're just saying, like, you know, oh yeah, it's a collectathon. You can safely assume they're talking about some sort of 3D platformer. Which is why, you know, on a technical level, I think the Lego games could be classified as collectathons, but I wouldn't call it a collectathon. When I think collectathon, I'm thinking more of the game's progression over gameplay. Where platform is gameplay. Yeah, but, like, and I get that. I can't, you know, I agree. It's about, like, how progression is, yeah. But it's like, that kind of progression is more often than not tied to platformer games. Well, it's like that's why, like, I've heard people call Crash Bandicoot a collectathon because you need to collect power crystals to progress. Like, that's your means of progression, collect power crystals. But I wouldn't call it a collectathon because it's like, it's not, you know? Like, when we think collectathon, we think of a very different game to what Crash Bandicoot is, even though it does meet that definition. I think I've said this before, but I consider the modern Rayman games collectathons. Yeah, sure. And again, I think that meets the definition you've set out, but, like, when culturally people refer to collectathons, they're not talking about games like that. I think definitions are much more useful in like their utility rather than, like, the hardline definition. Because oftentimes you just find, like, weird exceptions and stuff like that, and it's just like, oh man, what's going on? Crash isn't to me because you need all the purple crystals. There's no choice to what content you need to engage with. What? I mean, yeah, there is. Oh, do you mean, like, there's no choice and, like, you have to get all of the purple crystals, not some are optional sort of thing? I mean, sure. But progression is still tied behind a collectible. Yeah. Well, it's like, I've also heard people classify Ratchet and Clank as a collectathon because progression is tied behind the collection of infobots and weapons, but I wouldn't call it a collectathon because that's not what we typically think of when we think collectathon. When did I take damage? Oh, when I blew up the car, right? That's because I don't see it as progression through collection. That's just sort of a way to describe it. And that friends is why we need, and that friends is why we need to probably communicate ideas. Wait, when you say you don't see it as progression through collection, are you talking about Crash or the genre? Yeah. Genre, the part that makes it tick for me, is that you get to pick and choose what you collect. Collecting alone isn't enough. I mean, I suppose. I'm just trying to think of counterexamples. Fuck. Oh, come on, dude. Ugh. Hate this game. I have a very specific definition. It might be a bit complicated. I just question what the point of having like a very specific definition that only you adhere to is, when everyone else uses a different one. You know what I mean? Like if I had a very specific definition of what a first-person shooter was, but very few first-person shooters met that definition, and no one else really used my definition, but I got frustrated that people didn't adhere to my definition. I'm not sure what the point would be. Alright, wait one sec. I think when it comes to genres, getting and just like terms in general, I think getting worked up over like this very specific minutia of what classifies as something and what doesn't is kind of a waste of effort, in my opinion. I think just like understanding how most people like collectively use a term and what they mean by it is more useful, because then it's like, then you can kind of fish out like, well, what isn't this thing based on how it's typically used. Like I see a lot of videos on YouTube about this sort of stuff where it's like pinning down a genre and like, you know, having really in-depth discussions about like what constitutes a genre or like mechanic or whatever. And it's just like, I mean, it can be an interesting conversation, but is there much use to the conversation? I don't know. I'm really getting frustrated at the 3D platformer to collectathon comparison, at least as of now. Sorry, chat. Oh no, it's fine. Anyone can jump in and say whatever else. So wait, what specifically were you getting frustrated at? How often people get those two mixed up? Do they though? I don't know. I don't think people get them mixed up. I think sometimes people can use them interchangeably. Like I'm sure, like, you know, people will just say like, oh yeah, this game's a collectathon, when it's just like a bog standard 3D platformer. You know, like people say that about like Ratchet and Clank. But I don't think people call something a 3D platformer when it's a collectathon but not a 3D platformer. Nvidia's talking about the genre. Yeah, I don't know. I guess where I was coming at it from this was like, because when I think collectathon, I typically think of a subgenre of 3D platformers, which is why I wouldn't consider Rayman Legends a collectathon, because it's not a 3D platformer, it's a side scroller. That's where I was coming at it from, so. I don't know, I think those two should be separated. I guess you can think that, but again, it comes back to like how people typically use it. When people say collectathon, it's almost guaranteed they're talking about a game that's a 3D platformer. Because like that's where the term came from. That's the context that like that subgenre was birthed, was 3D platformers. I obviously think Metroidvanias should be separated from 2D platformers. I think it's a more common understanding that Metroidvania is like, not so much like a genre, but more so like a means of like how a world is, and how progression is set up. And I think, you know, people would concede that like there are 3D Metroidvanias, but it's just like culturally, Metroidvania is very tied to the 2D space because that's just like the history and everything. Hey there, Dara. Whereas, I don't know. I don't even. Like, what other kind of game would like a collectathon be if not a 3D platformer, you know? I've had conversations with people who think a Metroidvania it can't be a Metroidvania unless it's 2D with combat. Yeah, I think that's just because of like yeah. See, this is why I think genre discussions are kind of stupid and pointless. Just make whatever game, you know? Wait. There we go. I think I noticed like like at least in the space of YouTube and stuff, whenever people get like hyper fixated on trying to like pin down a game like in a specific genre or whatever, it's just like trying to like shove it into a box when like that's not how we should like view art. Like, I don't know. It's the same with music. Like music nerds get like super hyper fixated on specific genres and commonalities and stuff and tropes, and it's just like, who cares? Oh fuck, that's right. Wow, that's like really dark. See, I think when it comes to Metroidvanias and like the whole like it doesn't need to be 2D, I think if you were to make a Metroidvania in 3D, just calling it a 3D Metroidvania would probably like just be the easiest and simplest way to go about it. Because yeah, like as it is, people understand Metroidvanias to be 2D games with like a specific form of progression and stuff. Likewise, if you wanted to make like a collectathon in a 2D plane, just call it like a 2D collectathon, I guess. My way of looking at it is if we categorize them in a way that isn't limiting, it allows types of games to be made that otherwise wouldn't. There's a lot of discussion around Metroidvanias becoming stale and having collectathon progression in other types of games, be it 2D or puzzle, can't hurt either. I'm not sure I follow your train of logic. I'm not sure how categorizing a game allows more game. Yeah, I'm not sure. When I think of like inspiration and stuff, it typically is just like, whoa, this is like really groundbreaking game. Let's just do what that thing did. I don't think the process of categorization is essential. I guess attaching a name to it would help, but I don't know. Also, considering we're on the topic of like genres and stuff like that, I feel it's necessary for us to recognize that the term Metroidvania is stupid as shit. I think everyone recognizes that, so I don't know why we should even take discussions of like genre as seriously as like this, when like the literal term Metroidvania is the stupidest thing in existence. Categorization is, at least for me, a way to understand what makes something tick. The very act of categorization makes you understand that, but categorization isn't analysis. That's just giving something a name. Like, giving something a name has utility, I'm not denying that, but I think the process of analysis is much more important in determining what makes something tick than just like naming it. All naming it does is like gives it more like presence, sort of thing, like, oh, like this is a thing now, like thing in quotations, because like it has a name, it's got a term. Hey there, Alex. Good to see you. If you categorize stuff, you can compare them and figure out what they have in common to figure out why you compared them to begin with. Yeah, but you can compare things without them being of the same category, and you can compare things without categorizing them. Like, I don't know, you can find like, you know, common elements in a game and find those same common elements in another game without it having like a very like specific like name, and just like compare, okay, well what was it about the implementation of these two things that worked and didn't, sort of thing. I guess naming helps, but I don't think it's essential. And getting too hyper fixated and concerned with the naming takes away from the analysis, I think. Like, effort should be put elsewhere, I think. I don't know. I haven't really thought about this much, but it's just like immediately what comes to mind when I'm thinking like genre debates is like someone saying, oh, this game is in this genre, and then like some gatekeepy fuck is just like, no, this genre is these specific bullet points and it has to hit every single one of these in a very specific way, and if it's not, it's not. And I don't know how prevalent that is in the video game space, but it sure as fuck is like that in music. And it's just limiting to the art form, I think. I don't think we're on the same page here, but it's definitely an interesting... Yeah, I think we're coming at it from two different places, but I don't think it's... I mean, I think it's fine. Like, the conversation's interesting, and we're not, like, arguing or whatever. Most adults think in verbal categories. You have a word equals you have a concept, which helps operating it mentally as a single entity. That's where cultural differences in thinking patterns stem from. Sure, but, like, if we're talking about, like, you know... Because I was asking Marshall what the utility is of, like... Because he's saying, like, you know, categorizing this stuff is necessary in order to analyze it. And I don't think that's true. Like, when we're talking about the process of analyzing a work, I'm not sure, like, concrete definitions and stuff like that is really necessary. I get in, like, you know, for most people in just, like, you know, casual conversations about something, giving something a name is, like, helpful. Because, as you said, most people think in verbal categories, but I think when doing more, like, analytical stuff, I don't think it's as necessary. Always thought genre was more of a marketing thing. Creatively, they don't make a lot of sense, at least to me. See, I'm like, I don't know. Hold on, I gotta fucking turn Kira down again. I kind of agree a little bit, because, like, as a creative person, when I want to take inspiration from, like, if I want to make a specific kind of game, or, like, a specific work, I don't think, like, okay, I'm going to take inspiration from these specific things in this specific category or term or whatever. I just, like, I take inspiration from the things I like, and the things that I think would work. I don't think in genre, I think in, like, things, like, specific things that stick out to me, you know? Hey there, V, thank you. Which is why, like, I don't know. I'm kind of going off on a fucking tangent. I'm not reading everything. I'm sorry, but because I was just thinking about this the other day. I forgot who I was talking with, but I was talking with Deity. That's right. Like, we were talking about Riot Girl as, like, a genre of music. I don't think it exists. I think it's a really stupid, like. Okay, so for those who don't know, Riot Girl is like a subgenre of punk music, typically led by female vocalists or just like women playing the instruments. And typically, like, a big emphasis on feminism and progressive politics. And I like all of those things, but I don't think it's its own genre because of the topic of the music and who's playing the instruments. I think it's a really stupid term. Because literally, like, what separates a band like Bikini Kill from Bikini Kill from Propaganda, other than, like, Propaganda doesn't have a woman singing it, you know? It's a term to talk about the music, but that's a thing. That's like, this is the whole, like, I think this plays, like, the term Riot Girl plays into the whole, like, feminist thing of, like, oh yeah, it's this thing, but girl, you know? Like, oh yeah, it's a punk band, but girls. When it's like, shouldn't we just call it a punk band because that's what it is, you know? And it's kind of the same with genre, which is why, like, when I talk about, like, music, I just talk in very general things that would, like very, very noticeable differences. So I just say punk or hardcore. And and like when it comes to subgenres of punk, like I guess folk punk is like very different enough, but still punk. To be like folk punk music, like a band like Days and Days, is very clearly different from Black Flag. So like I'm going to give it a different term because that's useful. Just lumping them into the same category is stupid. But like separating Bikini Kill from like I don't know, Bad Religion, I don't think is very useful because they're both just punk bands, you know? And it's kind of, and this is what I'm getting to with video games. Like, I don't think in very hyper specific like categories. I just think like 3D platformer, and then I'll talk about what like the differences that like, you know, like I guess like when like Collectathon is just like, you know, it's a subgenre of 3D platformers, and it's, I don't know. I just think in very broad terms because I think hyper fixating on very specific minute details and giving them labels and terms is kind of stupid. And I'd much rather just discuss the differences and what makes things unique and stuff like that. I don't know. All right, maybe I should read now. Riot Girl is awesome. I do like the music. I just think the term and the label is kind of stupid. I agree that being overly dogmatic over vocabulary definitions isn't the right way. I was just pointing out the utility of having... Oh yeah, I'm not denying like there's utility in giving things categories. I'm just like, I think the hyper focus on like defining the boundaries, the very like specific boundaries of a definition of like a genre or whatever, I think that's stupid. I think it's like, you know, genre is a spectrum, man. You know, I like genuinely like, yeah, I don't know. Communities know what a term means, sure, but like again, like yeah. Yeah, I don't like the name because it's kind of what you said, yeah. Fun fact, hardcore is an EDM subgenre in the Netherlands, so if you say hardcore to an English person and a Dutch person, you might mean something way different. That's interesting. That's more of like a cross-cultural thing more than like a definition thing though. Like it's like a I mean, is hardcore like an English word? Because like I guess like I'm assuming the Dutch just adopted an English word and gave it its own meaning, but it's the same with like Japanese. For example, like they use the term juice for like any drink that isn't water or alcohol, so they'll call like Coke juice, you know. So maybe it's not too hard for you though, big brain Zeke, but not for other. Look, when we're talking about like the realm of analysis and critical like thinking on a piece of artwork, I think it's, why did I go to crew? I should have gone to Torn. I'm really stupid. Whatever. Oh wait, yeah, because that Torn mission's the Ashland one. Let's go do that. Wait, I'm already at crew. What even is this one again? Is this Tess? I think it might be. I do want to make a video on the topic at one point, and when I do, I'll make sure to put forward how I look at the genre, hoping it sticks, but of course I can't confirm it would. I'm talking about collectathons here, by the way. Yeah. Like, I think the conversations can be interesting, but I think getting too invested in them is, like, a waste of time and energy. Like, people get so passionate in, like, the definitions of like a genre or whatever and what constitutes a certain genre and defining the boundaries, and it's like, I think when you're getting into it like that hard and that heavily, I think it's like it can be detrimental to the art. EDM is way more popular in the Netherlands than punk is, so more granularity in EDM makes more sense in the Netherlands. Does it? That just seems to me like it's just like different cultures use the same word to mean different things. I don't I don't know how that really relates to the conversation of hyperspecificity. I don't know. Oh god. You know, I've just been reminded of what this conversation sounds like. It sounds like the whole character action debate. And I'm just trying to think like, well, what's like a good like counter argument to what I'm saying? And I guess like a good counter argument, I guess like an argument for hyperspecificity is like, well, if I discover a band with a very specific sound and I want to hear more of that, having a term associated with that is useful in order to like find more music like that. And I guess it's the same with video games. And I recognize that, but at the same time, I do think, like, I still do think like getting obsessed with like the boundaries of a genre is just like really stupid. Yeah, I don't know. Look, just give shit like names and definitions and like terms, but like don't get all butthurt and and hyperfixate on what is what. Just appreciate the art, I guess. I don't know. Action adventure games are, yeah, it's so fucking ridiculous. With the character action though, like that debate, which I think was mostly sparked by the gaming Brit, which I'm in two minds of it, because I get what he's saying, but at the same time I think there is validity to the counter argument where it's like, just calling it an action game is like, yeah, I don't know. I think the term character action is really stupid, as well as like a lot of the other proposed ideas for that like sub-genre of like your DMCs and Bayonettas and stuff. Just calling it an action game. See, that's just what I do. I call games like that action games. I don't call games like, I don't know, like, I don't just call games with action in an action game. I don't know. How do we define Jak 2, third-person platform shooter? I just called it a 3D platformer. See, this is okay. Here's what I like about this whole like genre thing. If you just call it a thing, and then like, oh, but what? And someone asks, well, what makes it different? Then you explain what makes it unique. So Jak 2 is a 3D platformer with shooting and Tony Hawk skateboarding and an open world inspired by GTA. But it's a 3D platformer, like set in a sandbox world with all these extra mechanics. Just like I'd call Ratchet and Clank a 3D platformer with an emphasis on third-person shooting. I don't think like relegating Jak 2 or Ratchet and Clank into their own subgenres because they do things different from the norm is useful at all. Because then it takes away the unique, like, I don't know, it doesn't necessarily take away the uniqueness of the game, but it's like, well, of course it's like this unique, it belongs in its own hyper special genre. When it's like, no, it's just a 3D platformer, and it just stands out above the rest. I think Ratchet is probably a third person shooter, but it's not though. It's a 3D platformer with shooting on top of it. See, I don't know. I think the base of the game is more important than what the emphasis is, I think. I'm working on a new video game. It's a city builder. You have a association with a city builder, so you can. I'm so sorry. I'm so fucking gay. I'm so tired. New video games, a city builder. You have association with city builder, so you kind of know what. Are you talking about Dragon Quest? My English ain't the best. No, I'm just really stupid and I can't read. Your English is fine. Oh, I mean how we use language. You have association with city builder, so you kind of know. Oh, right. Like, yeah, I'm making a city builder, and you kind of know what a city builder is, so you kind of know what to expect. Yeah. I think the shooting is more important than the platforming for most of the games. I think there's more emphasis on it, but that's not what the base of the game is. So like, what separates Ratchet and Clank from a typical third-person shooter? What separates Ratchet and Clank from Uncharted? Well, Ratchet and Clank has all the staples of a 3D platformer. What you'd typically expect. If you showed people Ratchet and Clank without the shooting, they'd be like, oh yeah, it's a 3D platformer. But then you just add shooting on top of it. I don't think that makes it its own genre, and I don't think like it goes to a different genre because of this one mechanic. I think because like Ratchet and Clank adheres to a lot of staples of the 3D platforming genre, it stays a 3D platformer. It just happens to have like a heavy emphasis on shooting. Oh my god, the fucking thunderstorms in this game are so good. Man, I can't wait for open goal. I've been quite open about being gay. I mean Dutch. Being Dutch. Yeah. Yeah, you can progress without shooting any guns, not counting gadgets. Not sure if you can beat it. That's not really what I mean, though. Like, I think, like, I'm not denying there's an emphasis on shooting. Like, Ratchet and Clank is very much a series about shooting. Like, that's what the developers, like, that's where they put the emphasis. That's what they expected you to do. I'm just saying that it's like, Ratchet and Clank has, like, a very heavy bent on third-person shooting, but I don't think it's a third-person shooter. It doesn't adhere to a lot of, like, the same sort of, like, genre, like, staples. Aside from just, like, the core mechanic of, like, shooting from a third-person perspective, you know? I think that if the shooting is supposed to be the main draw, that's what we should refer to it as. I don't know. Because when you okay, let's talk about Ratchet and Clank then. So you've got a cartoon world and aesthetic, a light-hearted like kids game with an anthropomorphized animal character with goofy action and exploration with platforming in a 3D environment. You've got all that. You say all of that, that's a 3D platformer. What else does it have? Third-person shooting. Okay, well I guess this is going to define it, not this. You know what I mean? Steam says the following about Rift Apart. Genre, action adventure. Totally. Well, yeah, you know what? Just literally like every AAA game is an action adventure game. So that term is already just fucking useless. But third person shooter and 3D platformer have a lot more utility. They're a lot more specific. So that's why I'm talking about Ratchet. Now we're going back to attributing stuff onto what a genre is. That's my main problem with genres, having to be cartoony to be a platform for... No. This is what I'm saying though. Those 5 things, you don't need to be every single one of those things to be a 3D platformer. Alice Madness Returns is not cartoony or lighthearted, but it's still a 3D platformer. It's just these are very common attributes of 3D platformers. And meeting like all 5, like, you know, there's probably other things that like you would say is a 3D platformer, but checking off so many tropes of a 3D platformer, I think it's safe to say it's a 3D platformer. Whereas like a third-person shooter is like typically none of those things. Like it can be, you can have like a game that is those things and like have it be a third-person shooter, I guess. Like that's what Ratchet is. But when again, this comes back to like, you know, utility and like how people commonly use a term. When people think third-person shooter, they think games like Gears of War and Uncharted. Time for my daily Alice got cancelled cry. Yeah, true. Oh, I got the upgrade early for this mission. Hell yeah. For example, like out of all those things, Jack doesn't fit all 5 of those things. It doesn't have a protagonist that's an anthropomorphized animal character. Jack's human. Like it's got Daxter, I guess, but like my point still stands. But it's still a 3D platforming game. It kind of is. You can casually progress without it, ergo it's not the actual core mechanic, unlike jumping and platforming without some speedrun shenanigery. It always felt like a third person... it always felt like a 3D shooter with platforming to me, but analytically I can't agree with you. So, I don't think what's possible in a game determines what is like the core mechanic. I think what the developers put the most focus on and effort into is what, like, you should consider in that conversation, you know? Like, and like what the developers expected of you, you know? Like, it's possible in Jak 1 to beat the game without jumping. But that doesn't mean it's not a platformer, you know? Oh my god, get out of my face. There we go. Then again, a platformer doesn't need jumping, since Snake's Pass doesn't have a jump. Yeah, I don't know. I remember that game being like having a debate, like, is this even a platformer? But again, like, I guess like it is, because like it fits like so many other genre conventions. I don't know. Well, they intended you to hit stuff with a wrench. They even assigned it. Okay, so I don't think. If you went up to like an Insomniac dev and be like, hey, I played this game 100% as you guys envisioned me to play it, and you don't touch any of the weapons they spent like months working on designing and creating and making fun to use, I think they would look at you funny. Sure, they'd be like, yeah, that's a valid way to play, I suppose, but it's not what they like expected of the player, you know? Yeah, you are 100% expected to like shoot weapons in Ratchet and Clank. Like, having it be possible to finish the game without that is a happy accident. Yeah. But it's, well, it's like, it's not even that necessarily, like, because like the option to like use your wrench in like most scenarios is a creative decision. But again, like, they put all this work into like making weapons and stuff. I think they expected you to use it. Okay, thank you. Cool. I think the biggest issue with these definitions is that we can't agree. No, I don't think it's that we disagree on definitions. I think it's that we disagree on what constitutes being added to the category of that definition. Like, I'll concede that, like, the Ratchet games post 1 are mostly focused on third-person shooting, but I still wouldn't call it a third-person shooter because it doesn't conform to the majority. Like, the majority of what makes up Ratchet and Clank isn't third-person shooter tropes. It just has third-person shooting as, like, a very heavy emphasis. Just like Jak 2 is a very heavy emphasis on third-person shooting. I wouldn't call Jak 2 a third-person shooter. Jak 2 is a very heavy emphasis on driving and racing. I wouldn't call it a driving game. It's just, I think it's funny though, because like I really think the examples we're using, Ratchet and Jak, they're like so specifically good for this conversation because they are so weird and mishmash, whereas most games aren't as like complicated as these games. But it's the you know what? It's the same as Sly. I wouldn't call Sly a stealth game. It's a 3D platformer with stealth gameplay. Jak X is... Yes, Jak X is a racing game. Like, I think Sly Cooper fits more in line when compared, like, put it side by side with games like Crash Bandicoot and Mario than it would next to Splinter Cell and Metal Gear Solid, you know? Same with, like, Ratchet and Clank. I think Ratchet and Clank fits in better alongside Crash Bandicoot or Spyro than it fits side by side with Gears of War. Agree with Sly? Then you should agree with Ratchet because it's the same line of logic. Like, if someone said, hey, I just finished Gears of War and Uncharted and I loved them. Can you recommend me any other third-person shooters? And I said Ratchet and Clank, I don't think that's what they'd be expecting. But if I said, hey, I just finished Crash Bandicoot and Jak and Daxter, can you recommend me some other cool 3D platformers? And I said Ratchet and Clank, they'd be like, thank you, that sounds cool. Now, the stealth and Sly isn't the point, it's just the framing for the platforming. But the main focus is stealth. That's like that frames the whole thing, not just the platforming. Like, the characters are thieves. They're meant to stay hidden. You do heists. It's all about stealth. It's all about not getting detected. The Ratchet games and Jak are definitely shooter plus platformer. The order is what we're getting caught on. But I think that's just... I don't think... They're both platformers. With... yeah, I don't think we're getting past this. I think we've reached the wall. And I've just got to conclude... Sorry guys, I'm right. No, I'm right, except for crew more. I thought we were arguing on fair terms here, Martian. You can't just pull out the fucking get out of jail free card like that on me. Remember, it's a spectrum, bro. Yeah. So, getting caught up on like, it's a shooter first, then a platformer. Or, no, that's not even what we're getting caught up on. We're getting caught up on Ratchet & Clank is a third-person shooter. That's its genre. That's the home it belongs. I'm like, no. It's a 3D platform with third-person shooter stuff. Yes, I know he has a point, but it's not fair. Broski. Last not fair, gotta send more. Yeah. Look, I think the best way I can make this argument is just reiterating what I said before. If someone asked me, hey, I want more third-person shooters, what do you recommend? And I said Ratchet & Clank, that's not what they would be expecting. I don't think there's I'm not sure there's a better argument in my favor than that. Because it doesn't conform to like typical third-person shooter tropes. When people say third-person shooter, they're not going to say Ratchet & Clank is like the first example. Fucking, how many are there? Okay, we beat the mission, let's go. Still not as good as I could have been, but we did it. You know, Spyro having multiple types of gems is actually pretty cool since it allows the devs to control how dense the collectibles are. Point being, Spyro are cool. Yeah, I agree with that. And Ratchet's a 3D platformer. Look, I think we can all agree the term action-adventure is fucking ridiculous. And genre... How about we just, like, delete every genre and every genre term and, like, just start again? Because they're all stupid. Like, we still call them roguelikes when, like, Rogue came out in, like, the 70s. No one even knows what Rogue looks like, let alone how it plays. Comment to this conversation of Rome's like Doom clone or Dota clone. Yeah, exactly. It's all stupid. Here we go. Yeah. Every Jack game apart from X is an action adventure. Yeah, true, it is. But like that's so useless of a term. Oh, it's so ridiculous. It's so dumb. They wouldn't have expected blowing shit up and tearing it to shreds with a vast variety of firearms. Okay, whatever you say. As long as you agree that cruise feet are hot. True, yes, but that's not the point. Because, like, yes, like, the core gameplay may be similar, but it doesn't adhere to, like, the same genre tropes of a third-person shooter. Just like, okay, you know what? Jumping is a very big part of Uncharted. If I said I finished Crash Bandicoot give me another 3D platformer and you gave me Uncharted, I'd look at you weird. If any of you guys play Metroid Prime, some people call it an FPS, even though it's a first-person game with a gun. Their reasoning is because it has auto-aim and heavier focus on platform explorer. Yeah, I've heard that argument on that specific game as well. And, like, yeah, like, that's... Yeah. It's... Yeah, like... I haven't played it, so, like, as far as I can tell, that game isn't a first-person shooter. It's just, like, from a first-person perspective, and you do shooting. That doesn't make it a first-person shooter. We saved Jack. True. What have you been talking about? Wait, what's that Vin mission? Oh, it's the Baron, right? Duh. Your opinion doesn't count, Zeke. Bring Powercell Kane back. No, because he smells. And that name has never been used before, so... Metroid Prime count as a 3D Metroidvania and an FPS IMO. Well, it's, again, like... I don't deny there's first-person shooting in Metroid Prime. But it's like... Where's, like... I don't know. I think saying it's a 3D Metroidvania and an FPS is just like... I think that... I guess we're disagreeing on how I would, like, talk about video games. When I say, like, Ratchet & Clank is a 3D platformer with first-person shooter elements, I'm saying it's this dominant genre, this overarching, huge monolith of a genre, and then I'm specifying what makes it different. Whereas saying it's a Metroidvania and a first-person shooter is just putting it into two dominant, overarching genres. And it's not telling me a whole lot, I guess. Well, it's not that it's not telling me a whole lot. It's just, I think that's less good of a way to go about it, I guess. And how would I describe Metroidvania? It's a means of progression and world layout and abilities and shit. I don't really play a lot of the genre. All I know is the name is ridiculous because Metroid and Castlevania are pretty different games. Metroidvania is the dominant genre. FPS is a mechanical explanation. Sure. And that's why I would say it's a Metroidvania with first-person shooting elements. Whereas what you said... Look, I'm being very pedantic. But what you said is like, it's a Metroidvania and FPS. Whereas I would disagree with like saying that. A very minor difference to be sure. I'm being very stupid right now, but... Just say it's a platformer and a shooter. But I could just say Uncharted is a platformer and a shooter. I guess that's no. I get yeah. Saying what the dominant genre is, then specifying is much more useful because if if you just say both, you're like you're kind of saying they're both like as critical to what makes up the game. Like they're both equally what the game is. Whereas like you say it's this genre with this element, that's specifying what makes this game stand out in its genre. I think the difference between a game being a shooter and a game having shooting is how heavily you have to physically aim the weapons. Jack Rack have a version of auto-aim. Uncharted has point and click. Well, no, because all console shooters have auto-aim, because console controls for shooters are shit. Well, not necessarily auto-aim, but some form of aim assist. FPS is generally used literally in gaming discourse. Well, I think FPS is one of those genre names where it's like, they did analyze it critically and be like, okay, is Doom Clone a really good name for this genre? Like, it's actually really limiting. Let's call it a first-person shooter. And that's very broad and very useful. So, I think they did it right with that one. I'm very glad it's not called Doom Clone anymore. A lot of other genres weren't so lucky. And here we are. i.e. Metroidvania and roguelike. To be fair, those genres are kind of harder to pin down in such a bite-sized, easily digestible term like first-person shooter. Fuck. Roguelike is also kind of evolving. No, I'm talking about the term. Like, we still call it roguelike. Rogue came out in, like, the 70s or the 80s. Like, late 70s, early 80s. Like, it's an old game. Talking about game genres is too confusing. Yeah, well, I conceded at the very start of this conversation that talking about genre is usually stupid and gay and useless. So just refer back to when I was talking about Riot Girl, okay? Yeah, Uncharted's more of an interactive movie. That's not true in the slightest. And anyone, not to be a dick or anything, but anyone who like boils down Naughty Dog games or, you know, cinematic games as just interactive movies is incredibly bad faith in my opinion. Yeah, but it was dormant for a while, then came back and rapidly getting to more specific with the genre. Oh, I'm not talking about like the definition of roguelike. I'm just talking about the name. Like I'm sure the genre itself has evolved a lot since then. I'm not denying that. I'm just talking about like the name is stupid, like Doom Clone. You know, I was just saying like, you know, first-person shooter was lucky enough to like get rid of the first genre name, Doom Clone, and adopt something more useful and more accurate. A lot of other genres weren't so lucky. Roguelike, Metroidvania. I mean, they kind of aimed at Tomb Raider sort of adventure type, but felt different. But I don't claim it to be this best. So when people say like, you know, Uncharted or The Last of Us are just interactable movies, they're saying it as a dig. They're saying they're not real games. They're just interactive movies. When it just isn't true. Like, they're very clearly games. They just have a very heavy emphasis on cinematic flair. And so whenever people would like say that, I just immediately assume they're being incredibly bad faith because Naughty Dog, I don't know, killed their dog or something. Not saying that you are. It's just that's the typical, and it's usually like, you know, real up themselves gamer bros online that say this sort of stuff. So I just get real suspect when people say that sort of stuff about Uncharted and The Last of Us, because not only is it just inaccurate, it's also just like not like, it's also just like not good for like discourse, you know, like, oh yeah, sure, okay, where do we go from that? It's just an interactive movie, haha. It's not, there's nothing else to talk about because I guess it's like it's not an actual, like, belongs to an actual genre like third person shooter or survival game, I don't know. No, not Peacemaker. Heard somebody like the game say that. I mean, I don't deny those people exist, but again, I just think it's really like a really stupid way to look at it. Because it's like, what about these games makes them movies, you know? Like, being cinematic doesn't make it a movie. Having an emphasis on narrative and story doesn't make it a movie. I think more people know what Doom is still than Rogue. Yeah, true. By the way, Metroidvania, someone asked what they were. Oh yeah, that's fine. Naming things more to do with the issue with like, yeah, that's why like this whole discussion has been more talking about definitions and how to categorize games in those definitions rather than talking about the names themselves, because they're all stupid. like the names conversation is like the most useless one when talking about genre. Because like names for like genres and terms and stuff don't come from like a bunch of academics coming together and be like, okay, what is like the optimal all-inclusive term we can come up with? That's not how language works. It's all cultural. It's just what appears in the ether and what people like just use to refer to like a block of something. And usually it's like, well, it's not always like the most useful term. It's just what comes about and then gets adopted, and it's like, well, why is it called this? I don't know, it just is. So we just got to work with that. So yeah, the naming conversation isn't really interesting. To clarify, I'm cool with it games as long as people enjoy them. Just keep bringing it up with they have guns and jump in them kind of argument. Oh yeah, I'm not saying like you're one of those dumb fucks online who are like dismissing, you know, modern Naughty Dog games like that. It's just that's where like that, oh, they're just interactive movies line comes from, and I think that's a really bad faith way of looking at them. Not just those games, like any game that like has a heavy emphasis on cinematics and story and stuff. They're like, oh man, this game isn't like, doesn't have the mechanical depth of Devil May Cry 5, and it has a good story. Man, it's an interactive movie. Not worth my time. Like, shut up, dude. Um, I was just bringing up Uncharted with the whole jumping and shooting thing because like, well, that is Uncharted's thing. Like you do a lot of jumping, you do a lot of shooting, whereas like, so that's why. But I wouldn't classify it as a platformer. You know. I just couldn't think of any other game that is not in the platforming genre but has jumping in it. I couldn't think of one. Uncharted is a movie game. I watched a Let's Play on YouTube. True. Then we also have a genre that have nothing to do with gameplay. For example, occult or the like. Is that a genre? Isn't it just like a descriptor of vibes or something? I don't know. See, this is why I like very broad genre names and terms. For example, like horror is a very, very broad genre term. That can encompass like anything. So like when talking about like a horror game, it's like you can't just be like, oh yeah, I played this horror game and people know exactly what you're talking about. You kind of have to like it encourages more like engagement in conversation to be like, yeah, it's this horror game with like this element. I guess this doesn't really work because horror isn't so much a genre as it is like a descriptor or like, because horror is just like, yeah, genres are wacky. Hey, man, this I've just kind of like blown apart everything I've just been talking about a little bit. Not a lot, but like a little bit, because it's like horror is like the emotion you're expected to feel in a game, but horror isn't really a genre because it doesn't describe what the game is going to be like, just what kind of tone it is. I've heard a lot of people call a game survival horror, and the most amount of survival is just surviving monster attacks. Yeah, well, I think survival game, like, okay, this is another one of those examples where it's like the name attempts to be like self-evident as to what it means, but like it can just be used in any context, and it's really stupid. Like I can call Jak 2 a survival game because like when you piss off the guards, you have to survive their onslaught as they chase you, but it's not a survival game. Yeah. Beyond Good and Evil had a story, some shooting, occasional jumps and fighting, but it isn't a shooter, hack and slash, or platformer. It's an investigative stealth game, or just stealth for brevity. I haven't played that one, so I can't really... I need to play it. It looks really cool. Exactly, so cult... I don't really know what a cult means. That's like ghost shit, isn't it? I don't know. Fucking... Talking about a genre, which would be Monkey Ball. Who fucking knows? Ball game, I don't know. It's a sports game. It's a marble game? Okay, I'll take your word for it. I haven't played Monkey Ball, and I don't know any other games like Monkey Ball. Oh god. I think the reason Uncharted gets the movie label, or at least a reason that wouldn't be bad faith is that its main draw is a story and presentation. Man, I don't know. Talking about like the main draw of a game, that's really hard to pin down. And that's kind of subjective. But leaving that aside, I don't think a game having its main draw be story and presentation means you can write it off as like, oh, it's not a video game, it's an interactive movie. You know, I think that's really stupid. Like, I can think of plenty of, like, indie 2D pixel art retro looking games that, like, have a very heavy emphasis on presentation and narrative that people wouldn't even, like, dare call, like, an interactive movie, you know? Calling it a movie game could be seen as a way they're trying to explain those feelings of it being more focused on story than gameplay. Who determines that it's more focused on story than gameplay, though? That's not my reading of the game. My reading is just that it has a heavy emphasis on story, more so than most AAA games. But I don't think the story was like the main focus. I don't know. And yeah, movie's a medium, not like a genre. The reason I said it was bad faith before is like, it usually is a bad faith argument. I recognize people can have this argument not in bad faith, and I recognize that you are Martian, but I also just think it's a really stupid argument. I should use Darkjack. Oh well. I'm playing Devil Advocate. Yeah, that's fine. I appreciate that. I do really hate having these arguments online though, because like I'll defend Last of Us or Uncharted on these grounds, and I'll just be called a fucking fanboy, and it's like, bro, I don't care about these games. I just appreciate fucking honest conversation, you know? My boss just wrote in our general chat, yeah, screw that, go take vacations. Fuck yeah, that's based. I'm also trying to, yeah. It's just, I don't know, when, you know, I'm not a AAA game dev, so maybe I'm completely wrong in this, but I don't think when, like, you know, going in to make a video game, I don't think when they went to make Uncharted, they're like, okay, let's put 80% of our resources into making it into the story. We'll put all of our resources into the story, and then we'll figure out gameplay at some other point, you know? I think pretty sure that the game was made very holistically. It's just that the people who were working on the story cared about it a lot more than most AAA games. I only play cassette tape games, to be honest. Got to get that Commodore 64 vibes. If the gameplay wasn't considered early, it would have been very bad. Yeah, exactly. Like, not to say that, like, you know, most AAA game devs don't care about story, but if we're being honest, most video games ever made, the story is very secondary to the experience. Like, they'll try and write something compelling, but it's just like, you know, most gamers don't give a fuck. If we're being real, you know, and they'll very much tell you, gameplay comes first. It's the most important thing in the world. And so when a studio like Naughty Dog comes along and is like, actually, like, hold on a sec, video games can have like actually good stories and narratives and stuff, and you know, we can take this shit seriously. People are just like, man, that's not a video game. That's a fucking movie. I don't know. I remember distant past where people were like saying what games they play by naming the engines, because in the 90s engines were not so broad in what they could do. Man, I saw a tweet the other day doing this bullshit. It had like a list of like 8 game engines like next to each other and be like, oh, which one sort of thing, and like each game engine had like a very popular game made in that engine. It's just like, it's a really stupid thing to do. I only play Unreal Engine games. Yeah, that's really stupid. Oh my god. I only play id Tech games. Just play good games. Honestly, I prefer world building to story, which I think might be the majority opinion with gamers, but I'm not 100% sure. Though good story is a bonus. I think that's a really, really weird way to go about creating a world. World building is cool. World building can be done like really well and stuff, but it's like, world building, I don't think should like ever be like the core focus in a narrative, because like world building is just framing. All world building, no story, well, all you've done is create a world. Which can be cool, but it's like, well, now what? Whereas, like, you can have a narrative that's very engaging and know nothing about this world. In fact, some of the most, like, you know, some of the most impactful short stories you can read, you know nothing about anything that's going on in this world. All you know is what's written on the page, and everything else is, like, left up to your imagination, and that's part of the appeal. Or like you have a purely character-driven story, or you can have a story that's literally just dialogue, nothing but dialogue, and that tells a compelling story, and you know nothing about the world. I'm just talking about a preference here, not saying how a game should be. Sure, yeah, I understand that, but yeah, world building in reality is the bonus, and world building isn't even like necessary in every single narrative. And then how Dark Souls began, they had a world, and okay, I guess that is like an example of like where well, yeah, like there are examples where like purely world building can be interesting. But I really only think that works in video games because like you have the agency to like just do whatever and like explore it on your own terms, or even like choose to engage with it at all, you know? I also do prefer strong world building. Leaving it open to the imagination by not explaining every piece of lore is so important to me. Wait, yeah, yeah. But having an emphasis on world building is typically over-explaining everything. Like, I watched a video on this, like, just the other day. I was, like, talking about, like, how, you know, when doing world building, over-explaining can be, like, the death of a world. And the example they used was the Elder Scrolls. Like, it's very comprehensive and very vast, but then it's just like, well, what's the fucking point in engaging with it? Fuck. How's the MJ pie? Wish I knew. I'm sure it's so good. Silmarillion books are an example that comes to mind for world building books, but it's not the norm. I guess I should be more careful. I usually am, but I guess I should be more careful about, like, this should never be the case or whatever, like, stuff like that, being very hardline about it, because there will and should always be, like, exemptions. But, like, you know, advocating for something like that to be the norm, I think is probably not good. Strawberries. Fucking... Damn it. I guess it's more so I like worlds that are interesting and have enough room for me to come up with my own conclusions. Yeah, that's world building done right. Is like not is leaving it open enough. World building that like puts an emphasis on explaining every tiny detail usually ends in like usually ends up being like not very engaging, because you're not engaging the reader. You know, you're not asking them to like, you're not fishing for their own conclusions to it. You're just like handing them the conclusions on a silver platter. Be like, oh, you had this question that could have been like really interesting and thought provoking. Oh, we've got an answer for that. Here you go. I guess when you said I prefer world building to story, my immediate thought was like, well, you can't, it's not like a one or the other thing. It's not like, yeah, I don't know. It was just a weird thing to say, I think. I like world building. I like it a lot. It's just, I don't think it's like a universal thing every story needs, and it needs to be done like an exact way or whatever. Hey, Klotz. Can you not call my world building standards out at the moment? Look, I love having our in-depth discussions and stuff, but like we can't make every single thing we come up with canon in our thing, because it's like I was literally thinking about this the other day, because it's like, well, if we over-explain everything, that takes away from like the Jack universe, because what made these games so engaging and inspiring, I assume to all of us, but at least for me, it was because it was so thought-provoking and open-ended. And like, I think, you know, there's nothing wrong with fans being hyper-obsessive with that. I think that's usually the result of good world building, is that fans do get hyper-obsessed with trying to fill in the blanks. But as fans, making, you know, these Jack games that we're going to do, I think it's important for us to remember not to write it as fans, write it as storytellers. Be right back while I over-explain an entire world building project I haven't... Look, again, I don't think there's anything wrong with, like, personally, like, you know, doing this stuff as a fan. But as creators, as artists, we can't do that. That's bad. And honestly, it's kind of a critique I have of Kingdom Hearts. Like, at least the later ones, like most of the later games exist purely for world building. You know? And it's like, there is a lot of like discussion and theorizing in the Kingdom Hearts community, but it's mostly like in regards to mysteries and unanswered questions rather than world building. Over-explain the world while you're in the prep phase, but pick and choose what to complete a final project. Yeah, I think that's fair, yeah. The pain of being a lore junkie while making lore, yeah. Oh, shut up. Sorry, I just had a Discord group just kept pinging me and it's like I'm not even in the conversation right now. Yeah, if you do world building, is split into 3. What people should know, what people should be able to guess at, and what the authors alone should know to help consistency. Yeah, exactly. Oh, man. Man, what happened to Untitled? They kind of just left. Guess I absorbed Untitled. Jesus. Can't just go absorbing my mods like that. You didn't even get mod status. So I guess, for example, we had like a massive fucking like 8-hour talk on like the origin of the metalheads and stuff like that. And like what exactly the timeline of events was for like the universe and shit like that. And I think that's super fucking cool and interesting. But honestly, like most of that shit we like don't need to like put in the games. Some of it we can allude to, and I think we probably should. But every single detail we came up with, we should mostly keep to ourselves in order just to like make sure like our story and everything is consistent. That's probably the best way to go about it. Also, I was playing Tony Hawk's Pro Skater with my brother the other day, and we were like playing multiplayer and stuff. And he was kicking my ass because he'd been playing it for fucking hours and I haven't played it in like a really long time. So I was just like, man, if we were doing this in Jak 2, I'd be kicking your ass right now. And I was just like, wait a sec, how fucking cool would it be for an open goal mod? Where you could have fucking like multiplayer jetboard contests. And I was thinking like, oh, wait a sec, you can't like manual just string together combos. It's like, wait, what if we add like a manual feature? So you can do mad ass fucking combos. I think it'd be pretty cool. Oh, there you are, Untitled. Welcome back. What's going on? We've had a very lengthy discussion on genre. And we concluded that I was right when I said that Ratchet & Clank is a 3D platformer. And then we talked briefly about world building, and here we are. Usually having an over-explained world is done for consistency. Like my world, my thread world project has exact and specific rules for a lot of things that none of the readers will ever know. Yeah, yeah, exactly, yeah. Oh, we passed our last death point. Yeah. Oh, yeah. We beat the Ashland mission a while ago, thankfully. The victor was not formally chosen. Hey, I am the streamer here, so I get to decide that I was right. I made the most convincing argument. Where's the last guy? Broski. Jack 2 hoverbike races in co-op or Jack 3 subrails bumper cars. Well, like, I just want, like, a GTA Online multiplayer for Jack 3. Just, like, everyone running amok in the desert. Like, how fucking cool. No one knows that in my world your pee is orange. They just sound really dehydrated. Yeah, get that checked out. Jack 2 open goal soon. Oh, I can't fucking wait, dude. It sucks though, because I'm still going to be doing deathless on PS2. Because I'm a purist. But... Jack multiplayer though, so hyped. I mean, like, it's already sort of a little bit, tiny bit possible, but yeah. Jack 2 deathless mod, so it handles the run resets automatically. Yeah, I definitely think that'd be a cool thing to do. It's just I'd still want to do the deathless attempts on PS2 because oh man, I'm tired. I've been up for a whole 4 hours today. I want to go to bed. Do I prefer the Jack 3 driving style over combat racing? Nope. Don't get me wrong, I actually have grown to love Jack 3's driving mechanics and the feel of the cars. It's a lot of fun just boosting around the desert and fucking around like that. But holy shit, Jack X's driving is just so top tier. It's just the only difference is those are like dedicated racetracks, like carefully considered racetracks, whereas Jack 3 is an open world. I don't think Jack X's driving mechanics would fit in Jack 3's open world. But yeah. Play Jack 3 Deathless with the submarine controller, but it'll go flat though. I'll probably die before it goes flat anyway. I can't stand the driving in Cyberpunk 2077. I literally stopped playing because of it. That sucks. Come on. Oh, thanks for the discussion. I'll be jumping off now. See what stuff to do today. Alright, no worries, Igor. Thanks for coming by. Have a good rest of your day. Saved! Let's go! Just had to jump off the mine. Before I mention Spyro's gem system, is there any other examples like that? Having a hard time thinking of them. The weights in the SpongeBob movie game. Easy. And probably the shinies too, I don't remember. I think they are, but the shinies are less cool because I think they're just different colors for different values, whereas the weights, they're different colors and shapes. And the colors are more pronounced because they glow. They're called manliness points, fake fish. Hey, wait, golden precursor orbs in Jack 2 and 3, I guess. I don't know. I mean, Ratchet and Clank does it as well. It's just a lot less noticeable because all the bolts look almost the same. They're not actually the same. Like the ones that do have like are worth more do look different, but yeah. I'd imagine it's not a very uncommon thing. If we're getting pedantic, the shinies are current. Oh, I'm so sorry. You still collect them. When you said collectible, I just envisioned a thing you pick up and goes into a counter or inventory. Apparently Rack has a system where if you don't collect all the bolts in boxes, they will put the uncollected amount into the boxes on the next planet or something like that. Yeah, they do some weird stuff when it comes to bolts and nanotech, to try and, like, you know, sort of balance it out so you don't have to work as hard, I guess. Like, if you're at a certain threshold of nanotech for your weapon or your health, and you're in, like, a very intense encounter or whatever, the game will just award you the rest of the nanotech, so you'll have a nanotech explosion in that really intense moment. So all this time I've been collecting bolts like a maniac when I could safely skip them. I'm not sure it's that simple. You still got to collect bolts, but the game just tries to be, like, generous about it. I don't know the specifics of how it works. I just, yeah. Talking about game currencies, let's not just forget the king of currencies, the Neopets economy, featuring actual inflation and supply and demand mechanics. Jesus. That's it, we're adding that into the precursor orb system in Jack. Hey, we gotta fucking play more Dragon Quest Builders on stream at some point. I, like, played, like, a lot more of it and I built up my little island. And I haven't progressed the story because I wanted to do it on stream. Isn't Bruder awesome? Fucking love Bruder. He's aight. Oh man, I don't know why I'm so fucking tired, man. I like Baltimore. Fucking Jesus. Oh hey Alex, I don't know if you've heard of them, but there's an Australian punk band I think you'd really like called Amel and the Sniffers. I've just been listening to them recently. They're really fucking cool. You might have heard of them. They're kind of popular. Good enough. Difference between currencies and collectibles is that currencies in games don't have a limit, so you can't collect them all. Collectibles have a set value. Not true. Precursor orbs are currency and collectible. I get what you mean, Martian. It's fine. Alright, let's not die. Whoa. Fucking... I'm trying to be cool! Stop killing me! That sucked. I suck. Oh, I talked about how I learned like half the songs in the new album. They're awesome. Yeah, I've just been listening to whatever album it is, the white one with the melty face. It's good stuff. I like it. We talked about them in the chats also. Yeah, the chats are pretty cool too. Yeah, we got to add a style meter to Jack too. I think that'd be pretty cool. Jesus, Untitled, don't even believe in me when you have no reason to, because I'm very tired and have died a lot lately. Yeah, I've gotten out of my my obsession with the heartaches lately because I listen to the new album so much. So now I'm trying to listen to like new stuff again. So I've been listening to a lot of Bikini Kill lately, and then I was also like, oh, I need some new stuff as well. How about this album I've had on my to listen list, Amel and the Sniffers. Oh, yeah, these are really cool. There was another one I was listening to. I don't remember. I listened to Camp Cope as well a bit. They're another Australian one. I've just been trying to get into like the new music mood lately. Some good stuff. All them on vinyls on my display. That's sick. What's this? Feature creep in a game with one sole programmer? Say it isn't so. I was joking. Well, no, I wasn't joking. There should be a fucking style meter in Jack. But, not for our build. Someone else can do it. The new music mood really comes and goes for me. Me too. So when it does come, I really try and jump on it, but I've also just been trying to get myself in that mood more lately. Because when I get hyperfixated on an album, I'll listen to it a lot, then I'll be like, that's enough, and then I just won't listen to music, like, at all. I'll be like, oh, well, I don't want to listen to that album, and I've got like fucking 500 albums in my library, I got nothing to listen to. So, yeah. I need health. There's not going to be any in there. Fuck. I was joking. Well, no, I wasn't joking. Look, I wasn't lying. I was just saying it in a context that was irrelevant to you. Look, don't confuse me, okay? Anyway, I'm gonna go have high tea with the fam. Thanks for streaming, thanks for chatting, chat. Alright, no worries, Alex. Have a good one. It's good to see you. Oh, fucking hell. Bear it back on my way to confuse Zeke by showing him constraint-based variable logic for creating queues for an elimination logic puzzle. That's not confusing, that's just complicated. I probably didn't need to go all this way just to get health for a jetboard mission, but it's like, I could probably easily die in that mission. I'd rather not take the chance. Oh. What am I doing? I feel the yawning. Melbourne weather makes 10:30. I feel like 2:38. Yeah. Well, it's not even that. I'm just. I mean, it's been like really rainy lately, and like it gets fucking like pitch black at like 5:30 in the afternoon. So I just sleep a lot. Wait, what's this? Oh, it's. Yeah, I can just do this mission now. Oh man, I just fucking. I slept for like fucking a long time, and I'm just exhausted. Uh-oh. I don't think... No, that's fine. Something just popped up on my screen. I'm like, oh fuck, what's that? Like, it just popped up over OBS. I'm like, oh shit. But no, it's just an app. Like a different program. Just be like, hey, update me. I'm like, no. "7:30 bedtime, come on, son." Yeah, 7:30 in the morning. No, yeah. Who wants a Krabby Patty at 3 in the morning? Man, I got a gig tomorrow. I gotta get up early. It starts at 1 in the afternoon. Ugh. Woe is me, for I work at night. I work night tonight, which means a 4 AM bedtime for me. Brr. Who am I gonna see? No, I'm gonna play. Like, I'm performing. And I gotta be there at 1. Ugh. Cool. What instrument do I play? I play drums. I play guitar. So I'm going to be drumming like 4 songs with some people I know, because they're like, hey, we want to like do some like music at this thing. Do you want to be our drummer? I'm like, okay. And then I'm going to play some of my own stuff on my own on guitar. That's probably a time I went to bed at 1 a.m. 11 p.m. is probably what I want to aim for now. Man, my sleep just like, it's never, I haven't had a consistent sleep in any direction, whether it be getting to bed early or late, in a long time. It just fluctuates constantly. But even when I fix it, it always goes back to staying up all night. So there was a time I went to bed at 11 p.m. Now 4 a.m. is what I do every night because I'm awesome. Oh, there's health back there. That's nice to know. Well, at least you're positive about it. I fucking hate my sleep schedule. I just want a good night's sleep. Eco deficiency, yeah. Somebody asked me about the Daxter is Ma theory on my Tumblr. I think so. The guy who came up with it and like made the most compelling argument. He's a really cool dude, and I really respect his theories and stuff, and the amount of work he puts into it. I just don't agree. From like an evidence-based law perspective, and also like a prescriptive should it be Daxter perspective. Just like on all fronts. I kind of just want Twitter to just fucking explode already and just like die, because I want to hurry up and just like stop using it and probably like migrate to Tumblr. But it was like, I don't know how the fuck Tumblr works, so it's just like I haven't bothered learning, so I just stick to Twitter. I just want everyone I like on Twitter to leave and go somewhere else so I can follow them. Oh, Tumblr is better than Twitter, for sure. It's just Twitter is easier for me to use because I know how to use it. And all the people I like are on there. So who made it again? His name was Super Duper 96 or something like that. I've migrated to Tumblr, but not under my usual username, so I can kind of post my own random musings with like zero filter. I kind of want to do the same, but I don't know. Like, I have a Tumblr. I just don't use it. I don't even know if it's this... Because I had one when I was like 16. And I don't know if it's the same account that I used to make my new one, or if... And I just like... No, I don't think it's the same one. I think I lost that one. I don't know. I don't know. I used Tumblr like a little bit before like they banned porn and it died. Yeah, I followed you on Tumblr. Yeah, I noticed. Yeah. Maybe it's called Powercell Free. Yeah, I just don't know what email address it would be at. Like, I've only got a handful. It's not like I have a fuck ton that I've used over the years. I've used all the same ones, but I don't know. Maybe I just couldn't remember the password or something. I don't know. I don't know. I don't even know if I tried accessing my old one. I think one of the biggest problems with Twitter for me is that it's not focused at all. If I post anything, it's not going to get much reach because not many people like Jack. Look, Reddit really was like the last good website, like the last good social media, and now that's fucking dead too. So, but Twitter has like a very different function from that though, from like Reddit and like sharing like stuff to do with specific fandoms or whatever. Like Twitter has a very different function. Like, I don't care about the reach, but if no one's going to see it, why bother posting? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. That's like, you know, Twitter's about building a following, not engaging in conversation. Reddit's more about engaging in conversation and being, like, doing community shit. But now that's fucking dead. Or dying. I haven't used it since the strike started, so... I know a lot of sites have reinstated, but... Fuck. Thank you, billionaires. Very cool. Yeah, fucking... It's so stupid. Like, everything to do with that whole ordeal is so fucking ridiculous. Leave me alone, leave me alone! My favorite part of Twitter these days is how much right-wing garbage gets pumped into my timeline. My block list is ever growing. Oh, I love it when oh, we're gonna ban like a very scientific, neutral word because it's a slur. Because there's so many fucking fragile dumb fucks online. I really like how Reddit is structured with its subreddits and stuff like... Yeah, Reddit was good because it's like, if you wanted to see content, you had to seek it out. Fucking... social media sites based on algorithms is like a fucking cancer, dude. Okay, I guess we should do the run killer, right? I forgot Elon bans this, holy god. I don't know if it's actually officially happened, but... Back to the idea of Reddit being about discussion. I noticed discussion doesn't get pushed that much compared to... So, Reddit definitely has its problems. But it is the most, I'm forgetting the word. I've been forgetting it all day. Conducive to discussion about a specific topic with people who are invested in that topic. Like fandom stuff. Yeah, I hope that happens. The fucking Elon and Zuck fight. Hell yeah. Conducive, interesting word. First time hearing it. I'm not sure if that's how it's spelled, but it's like a word where it's like, this thing is good for achieving this outcome, sort of. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh my god, holy shit. All because I bumped my microphone. Oh, Jesus Christ. I was so done for, man. I didn't know those rocks were there. I was just like, nah, this is it. I'm fucked. Of course you were just thinking that, Untitled. You're always just thinking, hey, what if this dumb thing that Zeke hates will happen? And then it happens. Stop thinking. God, I wish I could stop thinking too. I'm tired. This game sucks. I don't want to do this mission. I keep bumping the mic. If I beat this mission, I'm gonna go get an ice cream. If I don't beat this mission, I'm gonna go get an ice cream. And cry. Go to bed? I've been up for like 5 hours. I can't go to bed. Hey, Thor. Alright. I think I'm gonna lose. Maybe. Yes, yeah. This is going bad. Where are they? Fuck's sake. Will you fucking die? Oh my god! No, I'm fucked. Maybe. Yup. As soon as I go down there, I am screwed. Maybe not. Oh my god. I hate this game. Go away! I want an ice cream. I hate that. Jackie and Daxito. Daxito? I don't know. That's weird. That's funny. Die. They're so mean how they do this. Oh, we'll just spawn one more just as you're getting out. Oh, we'll spawn one that's hidden just as you start, and then another one that appears while you're trying to get the hidden one. Like, why? Fuck you. Oh, dude, you have no idea how much mochi I've fucking eaten. That stuff is so good. I literally have like 3 boxes of these strewn about my room because there was a bunch of them on sale for like $1 a box. And I ate them all. They're a bit pricey. Yeah, they are. Which is why I bought a lot of them when they were $1 each. Hey, no shit, Moon's out. When Rift Apart was in development, had to be fought real fucking hard for Rivet not to be called Ratchet. And give her, like, massive tits and makeup and shit. Like, that had to be fought for. Because of course it did. Game crashes? Yeah, no shit. And she's apparently confirmed gay too, yeah. There was concept art of her being real buff, yeah. That post is really cool. Sure, go ahead. Also, I like how you're like Ratchet and Clank gender bend, haha, as if it hasn't actually happened. Okay. Now, if there's anyone here that was in my last 2 Jack 2 Deathless runs where I was like, hey, nah, the slums mission gets you a piece of water slums. No, that one's easy. I'll show you when we get there. And then I didn't get there. Well, I'm about to get there, so enjoy the show, I guess. At least I did more with it than just gender bend it and have actually really cool design. Yeah, like they're actual characters instead of just this character, but different gender. Ooh. Some of them out to make you look dumb. Yeah, no. Watch, I'll fucking die now. Haven't died to this mission in a long time. I'll die this time, I bet. I'll, like, punch weird or something and walk into the water. I'm tight. So am I. She's gonna have the same color palette as Alistair Azimuth. That could have been interesting, but, like, different dimension, so I'm not sure that would have made much sense. Other than being, like, a cool callback. Also, wait, hold on a sec. Why is Alistair a different color palette to Ratchet? I really gotta replay the future games. I haven't played them in a long time. I'm kind of the same. I like fell in love with Rivet as soon as I saw her. I still haven't played Rift Apart, but from what I've seen of what's her name, Kit, yeah, it's just okay. Can you leave? Why are you doing this to me? Thank you. Oh my god. Is he still following me? He's still following me. This wasn't the best display of performance, and I apologize. Ah, Jesus. I assume the decision behind that was probably to separate her from Alistair and have her own character. Yeah. I mean, it would have been cool as like a callback, but like, I don't think it would have made much sense. My impression was that Alistair was a different palette because he's old. Or genetic variation like hair color. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. What music do we headcanon all Jack people listening to if our world's music existed in theirs? I was just about to say, well, our music probably doesn't exist in their world, but I don't know. What's the genre of music that really obnoxious people listen to? I'm trying to think of what Daxter would listen to. like like really like pretentious of like, oh, I have such great music taste, and the music I listen to is like really bad, and not like on purpose bad. It's just like really like uninspired, cheap trash. You know, like what kind of what genre is that? Nickelback. That's what I thought of as well, but I don't know. The kinds of people listening to Nickelback aren't typically like really snobbish about their music taste, so I don't know. Look, I'm tempted to say metal, but like there are genuinely good metal bands, and Daxter doesn't come across as a metalhead to me. Hey, Yashwan. What are we even doing? Oh, I should do the race. Hey, what missions are these? Race. Oh man, I don't want to do any of these missions. Generic pop rap. Although Daxter doesn't really strike me as a music guy, but I do also feel like he owned a few albums instead of a village. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like if Daxter was to be a music guy, he'd be a real dick about it, you know? Daxter listens to Weezer. Perfect. Yes, you're absolutely right. No, I think Kira would listen to like heavier grunge or punk music because she works out in the shed. She's a mechanic. Yeah, Tess would listen to K-pop, yeah. Tess like 100 gex? Maybe. Tess is the Zoomer music person. Ashlyn is new metal for sure. Like Deftones and shit. I am deep in the Zoomer music lore. Look, I appreciate 100 gex a lot. I think they're really creatively interesting and really funny. It's just not the kind of music I would listen to casually. The real question is if Jack listens to Taylor Swift. I saw that came. Cool. As someone who has listened to every Weezer album, I think the idea of Daxter unironically loving them is so fucking funny for some reason. Well, Daxter is like the guy who thinks he's really cool, is like really full of himself, but he's actually really lame. And Weezer is like the music equivalent of that, right? You can't convince me Jack in Jack 2 doesn't like Linkin Park. Yeah, you're probably right. I mean, Jack 2 is like a Linkin Park album, but a game. But good. I feel like Jack would have an open mind. I feel like he listens to some guilty pleasures sometimes, but he doesn't feel guilty about it. He's just like, yeah, they're cool. Yeah, I don't know. No, I agree with Martian on this, yeah. Sig listens to lo-fi beats to slaughter metalheads too. Fuck's sake, Yash. No, no. I claimed... I said it first. I said it before your message popped up. Nah, I got it. I typed it first because streamed... Yeah, well, you know what? Shut up. You got no proof. In before Jack listens to ABBA? I really need a better chair, man. I don't have a back on this. Well, I do. I do, but it's super short. Vin likes the Beatles? Sure. Nah. Vin would be the kind to have like the most aggressive, heaviest fucking taste. He'd be listening to stuff like gore grind and power violence. And you wouldn't suspect it because of his appearance and his demeanor. Man, Martian's just like on point with this. Yeah, I agree. That's what Samos is like. And you can tell because he's sexist in Jack X. Oh no, watch, I'll die on this mission. Same as your average Backstreet Boys. Backstreet Boys isn't old people music. Wouldn't Samus grow up with future music? Oh, that's a good point. But yeah, shut up, Quartz. I mean, yeah, but his reasoning behind it was just so he didn't want to get Kira to get hurt. Yeah, but he doesn't have that same concern for Jack. He even agrees that she's a better racer than him, than everyone else. He literally says, a woman's place is in the garage fixing cars. You can't get more cut and dry than that. It's a good point, but shut up. Yes, you can quote me on that. My eye is itchy. Fucking hell, it's windy out there. I gotta stop taking risks with those jumps. That's killed me at least once. If the leader of the underground was canonically sexist, I wonder how the underground treated women. Well, you don't shuttle any women underground operatives in the missions, do you? So, there's your answer, I guess. All I can say for sure is Boggy Billy is 100% into hillbilly songs. Yeah, yeah. Into that bluegrass fucking folk music. Cool. There we go. Hoorah! Oh, Keith, hey. Damus is into dad metal like Bon Jovi, yeah. I keep knocking my mic. Yeah, we got a celebrity in chat. Hell yeah. Oh, man. Well. I keep thinking I'm hearing someone rock up at the door, but it's just so windy outside. Fucking, oh, come on. Okay, what shows we're not going there. Absolutely, Martian. You know what, Martian? You've just implicated yourself. You now need to make a Jack AMV with that song about crew. I feel like Vin is secretly obsessed with Japanese idol groups such as AKB48, Morning Matsune. Okay. It's either something like nerdy like that, or it's like he has the most fucking underground, ridiculously heavy and abrasive music taste. Because that's very funny to me. It could be both. You know what? That's even funnier. Yeah. He's into yeah, idol groups and what's Hatsune Miku called again? Like virtual idols or whatever. But also into gore grind. Vocaloid, that's it. Vega listens to religious country music. No. The really cringe religious, like, metal. Like Skillet or whatever. Like Christian metal. Oh, come on! Oh, fuck off. This is bullshit. Doing this tonight is hardcore. I mean, not really. Get back here. Fuck, oh my god, I'm so mad. I'm so mad. Back here. Oh my god, that freaked me the fuck out. Oh, Jesus Christ. That was bullshit. I haven't struggled with that mission like that in a long time. I'm usually pretty good on that one. Heal up, it's fine, I'll go through the portal. There's no health packs in this mission anyway. That's why I was freaking out so much. Been watching too many of your streams cause you to struggle on this. I'm also playing on hero mode, so these fuckers have like increased health. What is your record though, Moons Out? I can't remember. Did you got up to Act 3 and I know you died like a couple times on the rescue friends mission because you fell in the pit. Did you make it further than that? Watch so many Zeke streams that I always expect Dark Plus at that spot in the mission. It's just I know my strategies. I know the optimal ways. Made it to the Emerald Street race? Right, okay, yeah. I mean, that's pretty far. Ugh. Oh, now we got Hellcats. That's not too bad. Ugh. Talking about struggle, I've been playing a SpongeBob movie with mods, and one of them makes you only have 1 HP. Jesus. That game gets pretty hard. Like, the mission where you come back to Bikini Bottom is, like, unreasonably difficult. Ugh. Yeah, okay, cool. Sweet. I installed another mod that called M-Core that makes the game generally harder. Jesus. Well, I mean, I do want a Jack 2 mod that makes it even harder than it is. Like, hero mode ain't hard enough. But it's like, it's got to be hard in the right ways though. Like, you can't just like strip my health down to 1 and like and make everything like incredibly unfair, you know? It's got to be the good kind of hard, where it's like, oh, yeah, I did that wrong, instead of just like, just try and survive, fucker. Fuck, 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 fuck. There we go. That's fine. More riot tanks, yeah. It's just me that enjoys the 1 health thing, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't mind trying a 1 health Jack 2, but not deathless. Oh, that was so smooth. That turning arc was just perfect. Oh, and again! Oh! So good. Now I think it's Onan? Yep. Fuck me. Oh, let's go. Utilizing the jet board's weird attack. Oh, yeah, Plank Topless War flashbacks. Yeah, that's a real difficult level. What's been the farthest we've gotten? In hero mode, I can't exactly remember. I think it might have been Weapons Factory. Cool. One mod I would like to exist is better hitboxes for the spin attack. I remember them being a bit fiddly, yeah. I do remember like getting to master it though. I played that game a lot. One HP Jack X, Jesus. Like 50% of the time I get hit even if I do the right timing. Yeah, I don't know. I remember like getting the timing right was like really satisfying. It's just I remember that playing topless level being so damn difficult because like there was just so many like projectile enemies and they just sent you flying into the lava. And also, okay, hold on. The wall jumping in the movie game was ass. Oh my god, it's so bad. Oh no, it was bad in Battle for Bikini Bottom as well. Like, because I remember specifically playing topless in movie game and Battle for Bikini Bottom was Dutchman's Graveyard had awful fucking wall jumping segments. I'm playing GameCube version. I don't have a specific for it. That's fair enough. Yeah, I don't remember it being too difficult on PS2. The projectile thing. Get up there. Oh, man. I'm just expecting to die at Daxter again. OG Wii playing GameCube games makes it easy to play GameCube games, yeah. I really got to get a Wii while they're still cheap. Oh no, that was a bad... Oh, I am not making this easy for myself, am I? Literally just put myself on high alert. For no reason. Okay, what's the strat again? I need to go right tomb first so I can get the heal when I do Daxter. Pretty sure that's right. If they're to make a hard mode for Jack 2, like a mod, we need to change these patterns, make them more complex. Let's turn this up. Making him a longer pet, just make him more annoying. Yes, and harder. No. 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 Fuck me. I didn't know swimming underwater protected from that. That's the whole point of that platforming puzzle. To swim under it. Realistically, yes, yes. But this is Jak and Daxter. It's cooler than reality. There we go. I ran like Jak in real life, and that was why I had no friends. Same. I used to run on this. I used to do that when I was a kid after running. Sometimes. When I get up to the part of Adventure Time, I haven't seen everything. I've seen bits and pieces of stuff post season 4. Like, I kept up with season 5 as it was airing for a little bit. God, I think the last episode I saw as it aired was Jake the Dad. And I just saw bits and pieces of stuff after that. Like, I know some general plot points, but yeah. But yeah, I'll let you know. Alright. Let's do this fucking mission. I'm already hesitating. I died here last time I got up to here, so... There we go. Every time I get up to that bit, I just fucking choke, and I hesitate so badly, and that's what kills me. Okay, now we got this, we got this. Sweet. Hell yeah. Honestly, platforming is the scariest thing in these challenges, because it's an insta-death if you fuck it up. Whereas, like, dying from, like, combat and stuff, it's like, well, you've got a health bar. That was scary. Sweet, 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 sweet. Let's go. Man, it's getting rowdy out there. Grab some mochi. Yeah, it's expensive. Yeah. I don't know if it's like this at your Coles, if you have a Coles where you live, but at my Coles, they've got like a mochi bar where like you can just like pick out a bunch of different mochi flavors and they're all like a certain amount per mochi. You don't have to get like a box of like one flavor or whatever. You can get a bunch of different ones. I don't remember. I wasn't really creeped out by Adventure Time. It's just Finn got really weird and I remember not vibing with it. Uh-oh. All the Little People does sound like a familiar title, though. Get the passion fruit mango. Dude, those are so good. Hey, Ashwan. Still haven't died. Woohoo. Oh, I'm not going to skip anything. I'm going to watch every episode. Literally a Crash Bandicoot boss fight, unironically. And we already had the boulder chase in this level. Have you guys seen Succession? I've never heard of it. I haven't kept up with like Western cartoons since I was a kid. I mostly watch anime. I just was like, man, I remember loving Adventure Time and I remember it being really good. I should go watch it and like see it through. I did go back and finish regular shows as an adult. That was really good. My younger sibling's been watching Amazing World of Gumball, and I would like to watch through that as well, because that was also like Adventure Time, regular show, and Gumball are like the three like best Cartoon Network shows of that era. I'm wearing Ed, Edd n Eddy socks right now. That's sick. Regular show's humor is just... It's just so good. Like... And like the format of a regular show episode is just like so like easy to work with. Like there's this guy on TikTok that I keep getting shown who like he'll just set up like a really dumb premise. Like he'll like voice all the characters, set up a really dumb premise, and then like skip like the middle portion of the episode and just like get to the finale where everything's really fucked up. Like one of them was Rigby bought Twitter blue and Mordecai's making fun of him and is like, huh, you're just jealous. And then like it skips over and like fucking AI is about to destroy the world because Rigby asked for a refund. It's so good. Drum solo episode is probably... That's such a good one, yeah. Mordecai and the Rigbys was one of my favorites as a kid. I love that episode so much. Have I seen Young Justice? It's the best Cartoon Network superhero show, period. Nope. I watched Teen Titans Go. I never even watched the original Teen Titans. I need to know, have you seen it? I haven't... Look, I watched it a bit as a kid, but, no, not really. That is another one that I am going to watch at some point. Benson, I know this will sound stupid, but if this unicorn right here doesn't finish his American history test, his professor will explode the earth. Oh no, that's so fucking good. Like, the regular show out of context Twitter account is just gold, you know? Like, in context, the jokes are great. Out of context, they're also just fucking amazing. And Benson's just like, what? Instead of like a really shocked reaction. I'm somewhere in season 4 of regular show right now. I binged it a lot last year, but haven't touched it in a while. Yeah. Out of context in general tends to be gold. Yeah, but like regular show is kind of really good for that because the context really matters for having a coherent plot. If you take that away, it's just fucking absurdist. Like even more so than it already was. Hell yeah. No, I know Avatar is like a fucking masterpiece and I do have to watch it, yes. I just have a, like, look, I love anime, but holy fuck, I have a really hard time sitting down to watch it, you know? And that goes for, like, anything. Except for fucking YouTube videos, because I have a fucking soup brain. That was the same gameplay, by the way, thanks, yeah. Typically, what I'll do is I'll bust out the Vulcan and, like, rip into it, but, like, I've been trying to approach missions using weapons that the mission, like, expects me to use. And I know what the mission expects me to use because of what ammo it gives me. And this mission doesn't give any Vulcan ammo. So I was trying to figure out a way to do it without Vulcan. Not to say you can't use Vulcan, but it's like, you know, that's the way the mission was designed. Wasn't there two of them? Well. Cool. TikTok brain? Well, it's not even that, because I don't use TikTok and I avoid YouTube Shorts because it's like, that's what really fucks your brain. But it's like, I don't know, I like YouTube videos because it's like, I can, because it's different from media, right? Because it's like, it's engaging your brain in like, at least what I watch, it's like a lot of political stuff and video essays on media and stuff. Like, that's all like engaging your mind and like you're learning about stuff or you're engaging with ideas, whereas media, it's all about like shows and stuff, it's all about just like taking it in, and I don't know, I just get restless. It sucks. But with Adventure Time, it's been sick because like every episode's 10 minutes and like I don't know, I'm not used to that. I'm used to episodes being 20 minutes, so it's like it feels like more of a commitment. So I've been blasting through Adventure Time. By the way, can I just say the whole thing about Westerners being obsessed with Japanese culture without knowing anything about its actual culture and engage with anime and RPGs is so cringe. Man, you're saying it like it's a hot take. That's literally just like weeaboos. You know, the butt of all jokes when it comes to anime. I prefer watching videos about video games and actually playing them these days. Yeah, that's a mood. Like, this doesn't extend to just shows and stuff. It extends to games as well. But I've been having a lot of fun lately playing just like really bite-sized small indie games. A lot of free ones that I just find on itch.io. Because they're like really high quality a lot of the time and they're like super small so you can get through a lot of them. Whereas like playing a big AAA game is like, oh, that's a commitment I have to make. We'll do a few different itch.io streams at some point. I bought that Queer Games bundle of like 450 games or whatever. So I'm gonna like shuffle through those and play a couple on stream. And then I just want to like play like a bunch of random ones. I think it'd be fun. Yeah, honestly, like people are me like, man, I'm so like disillusioned with video games these days. It's like, bitch, get out of fucking AAA gaming. Just go on itch.io and click random on the free games. You'll find some fucking bops. Man, I don't have Dark Jack. Oh, I might by the end of this mission. Who knows? That's probably why I think Genesis and SNES are both the top 5 consoles. 2D gaming peak 10. AAA 2D gaming peaked then. The indie scene is like had a fucking, it's like huge. Okay, play more of those. But that's only because like AAA 2D games kind of died with that generation. Yeah, 2D indie is peaking now. There we go. I still gotta place Pizza Tower, but Celeste is excellent. Okay, you're gonna have to jog my memory. Outside of Mario, what AAA 2D games does Nintendo make? Man, my fucking roof is gonna come off at this rate. This wind is fucking... Ugh. Metroid, Donkey Kong, Kirby. Okay, yeah. Metroid... I mean, that was like a... Wasn't that still like a budget game? Or did it like just feel budget? I don't know. I didn't play it, I just heard a bit about it. But wasn't that also like a game that like took forever to like even happen, like a 2D Metroid, like because those just don't happen anymore? Was it Dread? Quark Vid Comics? Uh-huh, yep. That's because Metroid never sells. I suppose that's fair enough. It shouldn't be too hard. I don't think I've ever really struggled with the ambush. It's just use big gun. Man, the blaster sucks for that mission. Wait, so Metroid Dread wasn't even made by Nintendo? Jesus. Anyway, my point with this whole fucking tangent was just play more indie games. Like, there's some fucking great stuff out there. And like even delve into like what I've been having fun with was delving into genres that I don't have like much experience with or anything, and play like some indie games in that. I haven't really looked into many indie 3D platformers because like I've played a lot of 3D platformers, you know, like, and like, you know, there are like some great indie 3D platformers, but it's like I don't need to like look into those, you know, like I want to broaden my horizons a bit, and indie games are like a really cool way to do that, I think. But you know, you know, you can do whatever you want. Like, if you want to look into games like genres that you are into. Ugh. Almost every genre that exists peaks with indie games IMO. Collectathon's an exception. I mean, I don't know. It's like difficult when looking at like the gaming canon, you know, like the absolute classics, like the best of the best, and it's like, well, should we separate like what, like when talking about this stuff, should indie games be in their own like separate category from AAA games? Looking at it like top down, it's like, well, they're all pieces of art, so they should all be judged like equally. But at the same time, it's like AAA has like that prestige, I guess, because it's like the institution, and that's where all the money and stuff is. But it's like, well, then you're just leaving out all like this other like extraordinary talent, you know. An argument can be made FPS peaks with AAA. I don't know. I don't know. Look, I love Doom Eternal, but like, I think mechanics-wise, an argument can be made that it's the best in the genre, but like as a whole package, I don't really think so. I still gotta play that, yeah. See, you bring up FPS, and this kind of sucks because like FPS games are having like such a fucking huge resurgence in the indie scene, and like they're all fucking excellent, you know. Yeah, this is class 2. Honestly, the hardest one, I think. But like, it's like once you're in the lead, it's not a big deal. Guess I'm not plugged in with FPS. I mean, I haven't played like a whole bunch of them, but I just see them and it's like, holy fuck, this looks like incredible. I also think AA gaming seems right now seems to be popping. I mean, AA gaming these days is kind of just indie games with a big budget. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's how it's always been, but I don't know. Okay, there we go. Oh, that was a bad idea. Cool. Rip stream pixel count. I didn't drop any frames, so. Oh, this is Bombot's mission. Oh, I need health, man. Oh, my ammo's fine. That's nice. Indie games cool, play them, yeah. Put your money into some actual fucking... where it's gonna go to, like, some people who actually need it. When it comes to video games. Man, do you really need to buy the next fucking, like... I don't know... this fucking... bullshit... Crash Rumble or whatever... to go into Activision's pocket? You know, the one with the CEO who literally threatened to kill one of their employees? I can't even think of any fucking big AAA games that are coming out. Oh, that Spider-Man, like... I don't know, man. It's all lame. Well, I think Toys for Bob has a lot of passion. Yeah, but Toys for Bob aren't the ones getting your money. It's Activision. Plus, it's like... it's just another fucking arena multiplayer game. I fucking... do we need another one of them? It wasn't even free to play. You had to pay for it. You know, COD and Assassin's Creed. You know, it's funny because those games aren't like the big cultural heavy hitters they once were. No one really cares about them anymore. Like in broader gaming discourse, I'm sure they still sell a lot. But it's not what people are like, you know, gushing over. Because pretty much everyone knows at this point, if you're like tuned into video game discourse, yeah, it's the same game every year. You know? Like, do they even make single player Call of Duty games anymore? Well, look, when it comes to, like, the MGS ports, as long as they're done well, I think that's fine. I guess it's like, look, giving money to AAA gaming is, like, a bad thing. Just, like, full stop. But it's also like, well, sometimes it's worse than others. If you're encouraging a bad practice, like these bullshit fucking... arena multiplayer games that are filled with microtransactions, yeah, don't fucking give them money for that. Same with like all this remake bullshit, like this Metal Gear Solid 3 remake and Super Mario RPG remake. Like, why? Ugh. If it's shit like that, like, it's stupid. But like, if they're porting games, like old games, and giving them new life, and it's an actual good port job, I think you should probably encourage that. You know. Ugh, there's not enough fucking, like, actual positive, like, video game stuff, you know? So, like, if they actually do a good job porting some classics, then show them that they've done a good job. But if they do a shit job, like I hear, like, all the fucking, like, recent Sonic remasters and ports have just been, like, horrible emulation, like, getting the most basic shit wrong. It's like, how? They're literal, like, Game Gear games you're fucking up. But at the same time, you could just emulate this shit. But at the same time, you know, I think we should be encouraging these fucking publisher overlords to fucking take better care of preservation. Then again, I guess remasters aren't really preservation. It's just like, well, you can play the game again for this console generation until it becomes obsolete again. I don't know, man. It's all bullshit. Moonterra retracted something, oh no. Alright, what mission's next? I've done this out of order. Is it Errol? It's Errol. Oh yeah, releasing on... Oh, true. Releasing on PC is much better for preservation. That's very true. Like, if I had a PS5, I would buy FF16 since it's an actual finished product and a well-made game for it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. How ridiculous is it? They're like, oh yeah, a well-made finished product of a game? That's the exception. Ugh, fuck's sake. Oh yes, yeah, look. Yeah, the timed exclusivity is really stupid, but it's like, I'm not gonna play it anyway, I don't have a PS5. Yeah, I gotta play KO. Oh. Wasn't the first one a Dreamcast game? Fuck. No, I was so ahead. Oh. Ugh. Oh, Jesus. That's fine, I got this. Let's go. Hey, Cillian. Does it gold? Oh my god, I just got gold on that. That was so good. Man, I'm just thinking, there's still so many missions that suck that I gotta do. Like this one. Class 1 and Palace probably hardest. No, Class 1 is literally the easiest one. Out of the 3. Palace is still gonna be... Palace sucks, dude. Weapons Factory is tough, and then all the Titan Suit ones. All the Titan Suit ones suck. This one's the best one. Like, well, easiest. Get off. Seriously. Oh man, I'm so low. By talking about Indies, the guys behind Xeno Clash made another game. It's Clash Artifacts of Chaos to make cool games. I wanted to mention that. Yeah, I haven't played that. Oh, come on. That sucks. Naughty Dog Titan Suit. First Ocean Gate Titan. What wins? Jesus. Well, you go underwater with a Titan Suit, so... it can withstand mines and metalheads. What's up? I know, hey, it's fucked.
Yeah, shit must have fell on the bridge because they turned people around. We had to
Oh.
go a long way around.
Fucking hell.
And trees are falling down all up the road up there.
Jesus.
Like whole trees. That fucking pine tree, that palm tree, sorry, just outside, like the one on the edge. That one's rocking back and forth, and I'm like,
Oh, I hope I don't lose power. That's crazy. Thinking about the submarine thing actually terrifies me if I think about it too much. I think it's hilarious. You wouldn't catch me in one of those things though. Yeah, I feel bad for the kid, but I'm just so apathetic on the whole thing. Like, I just don't care. Like, I barely even like followed the story. Like, it was just like I kept seeing it on my Twitter feed. I'm just like, oh, I guess that happened. And then I went home, and then it's like my mum and sibling were talking about it. I'm just like, oh, okay. Heal. That's what I'm doing. Oh wait, I don't need to. Unless I somehow die on the way there, which I hope doesn't happen, but you know. Stranger things happen. It was hull pressure failure, so it wasn't slow, just like... Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's kind of ridiculous that, like, the media has, like, hyper-focused on this. Like, every minute detail, like, it's been updated and reported on. And, like, you know, this whole rescue teams and everything. But, like, there was, like, a boat of migrants, like, of, like, 500 people heading towards Greece that have, like, they're missing. And where's the media attention given to that, you know? No, we gotta worry about the poor billionaires. Oh... Wait, what's the own mission? That's Samos. Oh, what should I do first? I need ammo. I'm gonna go this way anyway. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, okay, maybe the boat had more people, but there's still 500 that are still, like, unknown. I don't know. Either way, pretty good showing of where people's priorities are, you know. Oh, I didn't get ammo. The media had a fucking doomsday clock counting down the oxygen level when it was clearly an implosion from the start. Needed those extra days of cover. Yeah, fucking... It's so gross. Not only more media coverage of the immigrants, but also, like, you know, actual effort to fucking find them, you know? But they don't care. Why would they? How come only sometimes YouTube allows swears in chat? Wait, who sweared? I'll bander us now. Oh, yeah, Lord Sausage said ass. That's funny. I don't know. Maybe it's only some swears. I don't know. I've noticed it as well. Like, I was in Moonsout's chat. I don't go on YouTube. I don't go on people's live streams very often, but I've been in Moonsout's the last couple of days. And I've noticed that, like, some of mine haven't been getting through, so I've been, like, having to be careful with my language, and it's like, oh, this sucks. Oh yeah, Keith said fuck. What the hell? That's so weird. You know what really sucks? Every single stream lately, I've been getting, like, oh, limited monetization. And it won't tell me why, and then I'll appeal it, and like a week later it'll be like, yeah, no, it's fine actually. Well, why does it keep happening? I just keep getting flagged. And I have no idea why. I thought maybe it's because I was never changing my tags, like I was always like keeping them from previous streams, but then like I just like clean reset and redid all the tags. But no, I was still like, no, I don't know. I mean, like, I do swear on stream, but, like, that's never been an issue. Wait, where's the mech mission? Oh, seriously? Whatever. Yeah, it's just usually when you do that mission, right after it is the mech mission, but I did them out of order, so I have to do this one first. I'm gonna be real. If I die, I probably don't want to do Orb Hunt tonight. Ugh, I'm so tired. I am so excited for Jack 2 Open Goal. It's gonna be so good. I mean, it's not like it's late. I slept in a lot today. It's just, I'm fucking tired. Like, I'm just exhausted. I blame Game Champ for making me refer to the shadow as Baby Samus. I'm completely out of the loop. What's the progress in Jack 2 Open Goal? It's probably going to release this year. It's fully, you can complete the game 100% as it is right now. I don't remember what the last progress report was talking about. It's still got quite a lot of work to go though, like a lot of polish. I think it still crashes quite a lot. If Quartz was still here, he'd probably be able to let me know. Because he's a lot more in the loop than I am. I wouldn't get your hopes up with trying to backport features from 2 and 3 into 1. That seems really hard to do. Going the opposite way is like a lot easier. Like taking stuff from 1, putting it to 2 and 3. fuck? Oh, for fuck's sake. Alright, well, that's it. I'm done. That was bullshit. You saw that, right? The fucking Peacemaker just went around him. Fucking piece of shit. I should have just gone Dark Jack. Oh. All right, well, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go do something. Go subscribe to Moon's Out. He's a cool dude. He's streaming lately. I don't stream much, so. Okay, love you all. Bye-bye.